Welcome. I have to finish my vintage challenge too. Not only the modern challenge, but also the vintage one. So let's LFG go. In modern, we are here with Murktide. I am playing, for example, Murktide Regent, Ledger Shredder, the ACR for Ragavans. So no one should be able to beat me. Opening hand Grizzlebrand, Snapkeep. Hello Mr. Streamer, no siema, hawaj mordo, byku, dziku. Jak leci? My hand does not contain any lands nor a turn 1 Ragavan, so that seems like a mistake. This one seems to fix this problem. I think I'll put back Fiery Islet. Could also put back Bolt. But I think Fiery Islet is the card I should be removing from my hand. Let's get Action Probe and draw Niv Mizzet. And Vintage. Opponent's playing PO. This is a hand that casts Paradoxical Outcome with X something. But we have Vigor, so that's no big deal. Kinda, sort of. I can wait till my turn, so it is a big deal. This is a Forbidden Orc chart. Not ideal. In Modern, I will indeed play fetch land and fetch a land. Then I'll play an ugly Ragavan. Hopefully win the game by just the virtue of doing so. Spire Bluff Canal. Lightning Bolt. Not won the game. And now we're in a tough situation as Mirror Match is very tough to navigate, but I drew Iteration, which is amongst the top cards to draw. Iteration hit land. I have hit the land. It is important to notice how much people appreciate love. Sure. I would not go as far as to say that it is a true statement, but it is a statement. Oh, my opponent misses a land and misses Bobble and doesn't hit anything. This is probably a perfect draw. My opponent didn't draw a Sneaky Force. That's so good, actually. Unbelievable. Point can repeal their Mox Sapphire, but that requires them to still. I think that's fine. Here, I don't think I will cast the Consider, right? The upside of casting Consider is drawing the dragon and playing it. 1, 2, 3. Can make 7, 7 for sure. There's a pretty decent upside because I played a big dragon that kind of just wins. They have Delirium, so Shredder doesn't matter. Well, it loses an 8-8 dragon too, but they don't have that. I think I'll bottom this in the search of the dragon. It's a bit tricky. This was not super, but bro, it's so unclear as to how am I supposed to behave in a spot like this. Got zero idea. You would do the same, okay, but what like now in that spot that we're in? Wow, sneaky force. Like, do I play the bird and consider? Do I just pass with counter spell? Do I play the canal? Do I connive away the canal? I'll probably just wait because I don't really have anything worth conniving in hand, so why would I connive? Keep this to maybe fix my hand later in the game when it becomes worse. Not let them spend the mana. On an unholy eat. Alright, the game is not over. My opponent drew the Sneaky Force and they cast the Ancestral Recall and Paradoxical Outcome, so it must be nice, bro. This is a counter spell. Might get Spell Pierced. Might not get Spell Pierced. Not Spell Pierced. This seems worth keeping for the dragon. Well, they do have 6 cards in hand, but you know, I also have a card in hand, so I think it depends. A Needling Oko and then I draw an Oko is kinda sad. Needlessly brutal. Ledger Pass is interesting. Could just bolt during their turn. But that's assuming that I want to connive away the lightning bolt. I think. I think I'll pass. Then surely I'll just get it straight for counter spell. They'll draw a line at the top and like my passing would be for nothing. Ravagan. 2 mana up, so it feels not really profitable to play my Shredder. I do have Delirium. What a counter spell. Sorry that I would love to connive away Spell Snare. I'm not sure if my plays are even consistent within a mind of a single individual. And a few second per fun game extra random TBH for sure, yeah. I don't know how else to play the mirror because the cards just trade for each other and it doesn't seem like I can do anything to make my cards work nicely. I don't know, should I have left this Shredder in my hand for longer? I don't know, they have more counterspell. I did play counterspell on... I did end up with too many lands in hand, and now I would really appreciate the connive after conniving away a Notawara. But they spend counterspell removal for Agavan, I assume it's like decent likelihood of there being more. Your vintage opponent is 2-3 but doesn't scoop. True. They also drew 6 cards but didn't do anything with them. I don't know if their hand is just lots of counter magic now. Dragon resolves. No, yeah, I just have just kept the Ledger Shredder for forever. Kept the Otawara. I think I blew this game by playing that Ledger Shredder. I was supposed to just hold it for a longer time. I think that was the mistake. No, I don't know how to cast the Murktide. If I don't take away, I mean, I don't have to cast it. I can cast it next turn. I can counter spell my draw step. Or a red removal. See, now I'm going to cast it. Can I draw a Force of Vigor on Nature's Claim? No, I can't. Too bad my Boseju had to be played to deploy the Oko. I remember. You like the way the challenges. Same for both players. Were they double queuing? It's kind of insane that my opponent got 2 iterations countered. And they have 4 cards while I have 1. But I guess such is life. I do have 6 lands, so I guess my card advantage comes in the form of extra mana sources. Skilled now to limit the conniveness they want to counter. You're gonna counter with Charm? Interesting. Do it live. The answer to the mirror to never deploy a Ledger Shadow. Lose Charm. An interesting charm, I would say. At least. I think that's the answer, but maybe in that particular spot. It is a thing that I ran into a decent amount of Ledger Shadow where I can connive, but it is not even good to connive because all of my cards in hand are worth keeping and they're not worth being discarded. So, I mean, it does seem like it makes some amount of sense. It was contextual. Very contextual. But I also like, get flooded horribly now, and I think I flooded to a point where a 1 loot wouldn't have really fixed this, but Well, kill the mirrors draw more iteration, but also not only. It's not the only thing, and the iteration does not beat the dragon, and the dragon does not beat the iteration sometimes, and the dragon does not beat mana flood and counter spells on played in timely manner. I'm looking up Pigonti's sideboard guide, and it tells me to board in subtlety, but that seems enormously weak to me. Cut counter spell. We're gonna cut 2 counter spell. Swan Ragavan on the draw. I'll cut the DCR, which I have. I cut the monkey and a regent. Seems a little bit awkward to cut the regent. Only have 2. You already have 3 to begin with. I don't love that. Because it's so strong. Po co tutaj spell snare? Na 2 dropy. No nie wiem, chyba jasne, że na 2 dropy. I'm on the play. Why do I sideboard as if I'm on the draw when I'm on the play? I'm so bad at keeping up with that. Oh, there's some monks on my vintage opponent's battlefield. Let's cut. It's very confusing sometimes. Yeah. Okay, went 3-3 in the vintage challenge. Let's focus now on this game. I drew 8 decent hands at least. Especially if my Ragavan gets unanswered, which it won't. How have the fair Murktides been doing? I haven't played with Murktide almost whatsoever, chat, so you might ask me questions assuming that I have refined this decklist over years of experience, but I only became mono Murktide player today. Cat Monkey on the play, really? As I say, I got confused. I was on the play. I thought I was on the draw. Guess we'll do that. Usually cut all counter spell works fine for me. It does make sense. Counter spell is kinda poor. At times. Just go down to 12 lands, do you? I want to draw 2 with Archmage's Charm, but it's the best time to do so now. Charm into Charms, Perpetuum mobile. They say it does not exist yet. Clearly present in my hand. But yeah, it's okay to tap out now, and what if they Murktide here? I can kill a 5-5, I think, somewhere along the game. I could chat move Jace here. Weak to spell Pierce. Some Fortus make top 8, some Fortus don't make top 16. It is the way it is. Truly sad. I could dash Monkey, but nothing comes of that. I think I'll draw 2 again. This is true in literally every event always, but it's also sad in every event when you're the 17th, and it's very nice when you're the 7th. So it will be too big of a mana commitment not to cast it. My spell got pierced. Chad, remember this? Spell pierce. Pierce. Done. What if I chat Jace here? The dispute. They just use a spell pierce. Spell pierce. Piervsi. It might be hard to dispute in the future. I have to think hard as to whether I should counter the dispute or maybe click on my Jace, but obviously I should not. I did use a dispute over using a counter spell first, which surprisingly doesn't really tell me anything. You would save counter spell here. Opponent's just gonna counter spell into Murktide like a villain for sure. People do board Flaster Storm often. In fact, the Pigonti sub in the board guide suggested to bring one, but I refused. Let's go Murktide Regent. Alright, bros, prepare for the next week being full of Murktide, as I need to play 10,000 of those mirrors to grasp what is that the winner is doing in them, because I don't know. They will have a counter spell here too, because they are like, yeah bro, I have all the counter magic and I counter all of your spells. So I'm on the receiving end of the Murktide experience even when I'm playing Murktide. It skipped over your song request because it didn't play in Poland. Sometimes they don't do that. No, my dragon is not so small. It's 7/7. It's not that small, but the Jace, I don't know, bro. Yeah, let's try Brazil Borrower. I don't play Jace, I think it's cringe. You don't play it in the mirror or you don't play it in general? I can just get Unholy Heated, but the big one loses on board to this, so making a 7/7 is kind of pointless. I think we need to go for that, but a small one is gonna be a 4/4. Yeah, the Jace is bad for me to play, and I did board it on recommendations, and like I've heard different things from people, but it doesn't play well for me ever. I mean, you probably would still spend a dispute on Jace. No, Jace is bad. Meanwhile, villain. Jace is not so bad. This is like the insanest Jace. This is even their own Murktide. It's not even my Murktide. I mean, so they did have access to all the same cards that I did. Yet, we are the ones getting heavily spanked. Can dash face. Hit something good. So like I bought the Jaces and I never played them. Is that the goal? Just to have a 4-mana unsummon? You were on the play both games. Maybe that's the breaking point. Maybe the player on the draw is favored, yeah. So I'll have to play Murktide and Chum blocks. I don't see a way out of this for me. Because the second dragon grows the first side Chum block. Sure. Chat, is there anyone in the chat with a over 50% win rate in the Murktide mirror? Anyone? Murktide is unbeatable for me, regardless of whether I play Creativity, Amulet, Yorion, Kahira, or Murktide. Genuinely the white splash for Teferi and rest in peace? What? Rest in peace? How ended yesterday challenge? Dropped at a weak result. Now, assuming you have a tournament upcoming, chat. Rest in peace in Murktide? What is that technology? I haven't heard of that. Sounds interesting, but... Like, the ferry should be good as an answer to Murktide. As extra answers to Murktide should be welcome, but also, I don't think it's much more meaningful the Bronzer Borrower would be. Just from the experience of playing Teferi against Murktide, it is not that good of a card against the deck. Playing 0 DRC is good in the mirror. Sure, I didn't draw my DRC game 1, I didn't have it in my deck post-sport, so didn't matter. Honestly, I have a good win rate in the mirror. I jump a lot and make them have the counter spells. It is probably true that I'm generally afraid of jamming when I'm playing. Well, Titan with 4 caverns is not really effective at beating the deck anyways. What's the idea behind a Tormod script? So that you can exile your living and opponent's graveyard. How's the matchup with Folklore Omnath? The common the prevailing opinion is that Omnath is ahead in the matchup by ever so slightly. If you wanna win the mirror, play more spell snare. Interesting. But also, like, it's rather not a question. I don't think it's a question of play more of what. Because I think that it's not what the games really came to me so far. Actually just threw an Emrakul my sideboard for 4 color. Sure. That sounds not that good. What do I think about living in this meta with a lot of UR? I think Murktide Regent is ahead in the matchup, as it is in every matchup. I think playing more charms is useful, but I agree in general. In what matchup? I didn't see the games. Did we lose to a snowball or just gradually? Both. They gradually killed me with a Murktide Regent. I did play the Jace too, yeah, which was probably unwise. Isn't a snowball gradual? It's pretty gradual, yeah. Yeah, you're probably right. I probably should have played the Ragavan turn 4. That was something I could have done. Deploy the monkey. So if every deck has a blue-red matchup, including blue-red, what to do then? Modern is really tough. I'll spend the upcoming week playing Murktide Regent Bros. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday. That'll be entire 24-hour streams, not 24-hour streams. Maybe 24-hour total, maybe, of Murktide gaming. I will not touch, I will not look at a different deck. I will not answer questions about other decks. Everything is going to have to be Murktide themed. Please don't. Wow, that sounds very on brand, super interesting. We will. I will not change my accent. I can't. I'm poor at it. Superfluous colors to our Murktide decks? No, only blue-red. Blue-red is really hard for me to play, yes. It's also really hard for me to play against. I play, as you noted, Chad, I play passively both with it and against it, and then I just die to things. I think way more often. So I mean, maybe it is possible that Murktide has a 50% worldwide win rate, as suggested in one of those spun announcements. But I think I am bumping that win rate by a decent amount. Well, I'm bringing the win rate up. Gab has been destroying blue-red with the blue-white deck, Kek W, sure. Four color looks good against blue-red. It's not that good in practice. It's slightly ahead, but not to extent where it is worth to be playing this deck ever, because everything else is much worse for this deck. Many people discussed that at length. I play the deck a lot. The more my opponents play passive, the easier the games get. True, but then you play your spells on curve, and you get spell pierce and you have no spells to follow up. It is a tough one to navigate. When will I play Lantern Control again? Not next week. When everyone's playing Murktide, it would make sense as 30% win rate. It doesn't. Not everyone plays it, so it's not the case. Did Boseju kill Lantern Control? It is a problematic card, one amongst a sea of many. Wow, one scape shift. Yes, obviously there's many ways to play the Blue-Red Mirror. And I think it's mostly about playing your cards well. Whatever happened at Prison Tron deck, it looked like you were crashing with it a couple of weeks ago. Had a, I don't know, like 5-2 result in a challenge. It exists, not many play it, it's fine, it's not super great though. Karn killed the Lantern. I think Lantern was pretty tough. Like Lantern had it tough before Karn, but Karn is also tough. Will I do dedicated matchups with Murktide against the field or jump leagues? I'll jump leagues. And prelims, I guess. Prelims important. I can play against Mirror, two mirrors, which I will lose. It's like all blue mirrors where you have to be adaptive. Yeah. I mean, I don't know, like, you have to be adaptive, but what does that even mean? Like, do people actually board differently depending on what cards your opponent played? And nobody actually does that in practice. It's something that people talk about but never actually do. Because you don't actually know what they played, what they have in their deck, you know what they played in that game, but also you don't know if they're going to switch for draw, right? And then it's just Is it actually? It is just random. Speak for yourself. I'm adapting right now. True. Who would you trust to coach you? URR, lol, yeah. Who to trust? Kentucky worst wage. To the ferries. To give up moon. Also, someone in the chat asked me if I'm sure about the shredders, and no, I'm not. Any coaches in the chat? Any Blue Red coaches in the chat? You? Like you, like for real, or you like Kappa? There's no shredders in the deck. No spellsters notably too, so I wonder how they ever won the mirror. 3 Soul Guide Lanterns. Why you play Soul Guide Lantern, bro? Weary Prisoner. You think this is the intended card for this deck? Or do you think it is a wrongly imported deck list and it was supposed to be where/there, not where E Prisoner? What does Spell Pierce has to do with winning the mirror? Pierce? Nothing but Snare. Chatter touted it as very powerful. Alright, let's look out for a coach. Looking for a Blue Red Murktide coach. Serious offers only. This is probably gonna grab some attention. Only. Did I misspell? No, I did not. I charge 500 an hour. Your move. I'll coach myself then. I'll coach myself. But I do think I am relatively poor at playing the blue cards. in general in the game of Magic the Gathering, which is part of the reason why I dislike Legacy. It's first because it sucks, but then also because blue decks are always the best, and then you would need to play the mirrors of them, which I would expect to perform poorly in. And I do tend to play passively from both sides, and then I end up losing from both sides, which is interesting. And I don't really think it makes like humongous difference. Like, I think it is a problem that runs deeper than changing two cards in the deck, because people are gonna rush to answer, oh yeah, play second spell snare, then you will win. Or play no DRC because they're bad. Or not play Shredder, it is secretly a tempo loss. Like, I don't think that really matters. Playing passively against Force of Will doesn't even accomplish much. Yeah, well, I do that in Modern, I guess. With Oath, I'm doing relatively fine in Vintage right now because counter spells cost 0, so I can play 2 passively. Do I mulligan aggressively for turn 1 Ragavan play? Obviously, I do not do that in the mirror match, as that seems like an extremely silly strategy. Go first, draw Ragavan. Draw 2 Ragavan if they have the removal. Chatting, $40 please. Solid. So I would want to spend my mana. I would want not to get my important spells countered. Yeah, well, that's why I announced the beginning of the Murktide week at Electrobolt. But also looking for other ways to circumvent that. This is a keep. Mulliganing in the Murk Mirror feels really bad, sure. When was Vintage? A few hours ago. Oh, more opportunities to master my mirror approach. And by master, I mean they bolt my Ragavan, attack, steal my Mishra's Bubble, hold up 2 mana, I play Ledger Shredder, they counterspell, then they attack. Play Murktide Regent, no, play an iteration, hold up another counterspell. JK, it is not so bad. They don't love me anymore. Jak weszło odmęty grozy? Jeszcze nie rozpakowałem. Okay, so I might want to play the fetch land for more cards in my graveyard. There's no spell, so it would be a really small Murktide. I think let's save the life points, play the Shredder of the Island. For the next time I have the charm queued anyways. Point is truly adapting, yeah, right in front of my eyes. With the Ragavan. Heavily adapting. Udało się? No to dziękuję bardzo. There was the blue in the first round yesterday, I think. Very well could have been. shit. Now we're getting so adapted, bros. Billy Harrington. Yeah, I can definitely still win. That's because I adapted my gameplay, and getting hit once or twice is not game over. They have 3 cards in hand. You know, have the Ragavans, so like they either need to remove it or they don't want to attack. Do I think GDS is favored versus Murktide? I do not think so. I think GDS is behind Murktide. It's a very close matchup, but there's many more situations in which it can the GLS player can get fucked over compared to the Murktide player. So they just end up occurring if we're a portion of the game, so you're behind those games. Yes, one attack of the dragon usually kills. The dragon has almost X-proof. Is Rest in Peace still played in Modern? Very, very little. The Grixis player can just die to Blood Moon easily. How have you been boring in the mirror? I don't know yet. It is like tricky. Wow, that was really a play that probably did require some thinking on their part, so. I need to be snarky. They don't have Delirium though, so a 4/4 Dragon is not the worst. Should Murktide be banned? Reap. Let's play Murktide 4/4. Can block the Ledger Shredder, small. They're tapping mana for a long time, so they play their own dragon and I'm fucked. Very not nice. It's really bad to attack if you have an unholy heat, because what if I have an unholy heat too? You let me cast it on your Ledger Shredder? I have Brazil Borrower in my deck, so could have consider. Sure. I'm not gonna not block though, so. Clearly they didn't have consider, so. Alright, let's get the 4 counter spell this time. I am on the play. Let's bring the Jace and not play it. Let's get the DRC and an Unholy Heat. Let's not have the Explosives, that seems kind of bad on the play. And let's have the flusters. Yeah. Ty za dużo wkładasz na ten mirror. Mhm. Well, that depends if you believe that the counter spell is better than Fluster Storms or not. I think it's tricky. I don't know myself. Don't have many ways to counter the dragon if you don't have the counter spell. Per se. Maybe trim a charm, hard to do anything other than draw 2 with it. No, I think I do want to draw 2. I wouldn't cut threats on the play. Not even the DCR. Subtlety is an option too, yeah. It would be rare that you want to pitch, but it could be actually... Like, I do die with cards in hand sometimes, so... Am I playing the Pioneer Challenge? Maybe I will. Well, if I play, I will play Heroic, as it is a good double queuing deck and a deck I've been liking and been successful with relatively. Okay, I don't have removal, so if I consider I need to find a removal, or I guess we trade off the monkey and then I don't need to find the removal. They probably don't have removal either, because they play the monkey and not a removal, so I think just attack and play the Shredder. I could maybe not attack, because it seems like they will not kill my Shredder most likely, but that would be kind of ballsy. I think I would not attack. Yeah, I guess not attacking should be just better, because why did I want to trade? I think you're right, I didn't want to trade. No attack was better. The Shredder blocks profitably and not the monkey blocks, even if one gets killed and they probably have 0, and then I can draw a bolt later and have it be good instead of bad. Even 5 looks with the consider 6 looks. Assuming the land. You can double consider and connive away an a charm or whatever my hand will look like. I do want to make a land drop. I do not want to get super blown out by a spell pierce or counter spell. So I guess it does seem to make sense. And it does not make sense for them to have removal. No, we keep that. They have creature artifacts, so Delirium can't be too far away. I risk flooding, but it's with a fiery islet. I think it's unlikely I will need both Archmage's Charm, and growing means that it's okay against lightning bolt that could be incoming. Bolt of the top, or of a iteration. Now we also have an answer to iteration. Well, seems sensible to counter. They don't threaten a dragon really. So probably passive charm, draw 2 and then iteration rather than the other way around. Kill like this over the delta, because delta I would connive away. If I play iteration, this does resolve through Spell Pierce, so... But... Seems kinda rough to not have played it. I did play into Spell Pierce here. So I guess that was an interesting spot too, because I could have played land iteration around Spell Pierce. Because if I play iteration, they have a counter spell
He's
here.
a
I
phenomenal
die.
control player.
Can he slide?
Whether they kept the counter spell or not.
He's a phenomenal control
I
player.
think it makes no point in patching the iteration here. I would dash Ragavan though. I think I shouldn't have played that into the Spell Pierce, maybe? I don't know. Did I have the land 5? Was this a moment where I should have actually been more passive and exercised more patience? Thank you very much for the sub, Claudio and Togekieden. Can fetch a tapped Vance. Already have a fetch in hand. But I want to connive the land maybe. Have 4 mana up. They probably will need to do something at some point. They don't have Delirium. Can keep hitting them for now. I could go iteration, and then if they counter iteration, I can go regent. Why would you want to lead an iteration on land here? Because it kinda doesn't make sense if the iteration resolves. They did not play a land. We're always going to question yourself. If you play slow and loose, you're going to jump into that confirmation bias of thinking that you should have played more proactive. No, I'm not questioning myself and saying, oh, I made a bad play. I'm thinking if I should have made a bad or different play, given the information at that point. They missed a land drop, they didn't do anything, so I think we can Like, they probably will be the ones to need to tap out first, so they don't have Delirium. They play a land now. I guess we'll do play it because we're gonna like prepare for a big turn. But it's not like self-doubt as if, oh, I'm such a bad player. It's self-doubt as in, am I playing well? Because I clearly am losing many games in ways where I would think that I wouldn't need to. What's the downside of casting everything last turn? Well, it can be better for me next turn. I don't have the cards in my hand anymore. That's the downside. Still no Delirium. Can lead on iteration now, and what they're gonna do. They have 3 mana, so now I can do stuff. Once they start hitting land drops, it would be kinda rougher. Yeah, I think I started with iteration too. Because it seems like it can't go too wrong in this spot. Let's say I have like 3 1-mana counters, but even then. So counter spell this. So I could spell pierce that counter spell. Or I could keep the spell pierce to protect the Murktide Regent. They would need to have a... I mean, if they have a dispute, then it doesn't matter when I pierce. If they have a pierce, then I can just ignore that. If they have pierce or fluster, then I give them an opportunity to trade here for this, which is advantageous for them. To jest 8 raz, 2, 3, 4, 5. To deal with the drag on. Well, the spell piece doesn't really protect it that well necessarily. But they probably do have more counter magic because they didn't have removal, they didn't have anything else, so. Well, I could pay for it, but I don't think I would want to pay for it. I think I'll let this happen and play Murktide Regent. I have a lethal Regent. And they can't spend their mana unless it's dispute, and then I trade for a dispute. Like it's the same here. Play 8/8. Knife. I think the Hearse has low odds of mattering anymore. Do I keep the cantrip? The Pierce, keeping the Pierce better if they have Jace too to bounce. They could also have something like Otavara. Brazil Borrower they can pay for with the Pierce, but I think the Pierce introduces a level of hardness for them. Hearse is the strongest card against blue-red. I don't think there exists a thing as a strongest card against blue-red. It is a very contextual, it is a very powerful deck with very flexible cards and game plans that's very contextual. Can Hairs grow UR Murktide? Not anymore, as I have discarded it. Bold Face, interesting. So they're gonna play Dragon. So I think I'll discard Spell Pierce and keep Shredder. Consider. This is 8-8-8-8, right? So you're gonna trade the dragons. Keep off Delirium, Shriek, Merc, and Grow UR Murk. What do you want more? You didn't listen to what I said, right? You did not listen to that, so I would just want for people to listen to me, bros. Consider end of 10 for bounce land. Okay, they had counterspell. They lost with counterspell on the draw. That makes sense that counterspell is a little bit rough. Well, I was going to connive before combat for sure, yeah. Let's have the extra removal and one lesser Agavan. Is a subtlety a card that makes more sense on the draw? Possibly. Mishra's Bubble is weaker on the draw because you can play it into the Shredder. No, I'm making up reasonings as I go, bros, but they sound convincing. I think I would board out from 4 dragons to 3, but I don't think I want to board down from 3 to 2. Like, really, that card just finishes all the games, right? We have the best card in the mirror, and they mulligant. I'll keep, but can die to monkey into Shredderoni. It's always interesting how different playing with like the best deck played by thousands of players is versus playing with a much less established deck where just like the depth of what you're doing is much more, because obviously more people are working and are able to reach conclusions. We'll draw the island. Because with Amulet Titan, for example, or like, well, let's say Song of Creation, right? That's here you have like an approach of one man at best. They miss land drop. I don't want to join them in the land drop missing adventure. Even if island is maybe not perfect. I could also rush towards Murktide. I have 2 Murktides. But I do that by considering, I guess. They only have 1 mana up. So I do think I cast Consider for the Dragon Growing. They have also, like, close to Delirium, need just a land. Yeah, well, they are stuck on 1 land for the third turn, you only now realized, which is funny. I don't think I need Subtlety here whatsoever. This is actually tricky. Easy iteration. I think it's the worst spot to play iteration. What? I think I want to play 4/4 dragon. They need to have dispute for that. And it gets my cumbersome Murktide out of my hand, which I have the second one. They have it. Passing makes sense in that if you believe they will miss land drops forever, then you can keep doing that. But you can't really think that they're gonna miss the land drops, I think. Kinda want second red. Do I need to keep up with the spell snare for now? Not really. Is Otawara or Shredder better? Otawara might be better. They play Dragon on some soon time. I mean, Jace can bounce. I would have resolved a 5/5 Murktide, which would be fine, but not really backbreaking. I think anything here is reasonable. Yeah, probably. I'm just... Should play Snowy Islands for 4 color. No, I will not. Ooh, for point tapping out. Well, I mean, what they're supposed to do. 7/7 dragon. Maybe there was subtlety. I mean, I did literally border the Jays not to play it, and it seems not so good here. Jace is a 4 mana unsummon, bros. Maybe it's better to play Vapor Snack than this to play Jace. Is it even spell? Do I even spell snare this? Probably. Press and borrow is stronger than vapor snag. Yeah, true. Maybe I should play a second one. The Jace is only good in like against decks that are terrible. Scary Fed, red, because why not? I mean, it's like I can lose probably, so I'm just thinking here. Is it good to play the Jace now? They have Delirium now with this. They play 2 small removals and a Mystical Dispute. They need to go 3 small removals to punish the Jace. They need to go Heat, Bolt, Bolt. I can Jace and plus on them to make them put back a land number 3. Oh shit, they can draw the land now. Yeah, I can have 3 bolts. One X Dragon Channeler spacebar question mark. There is one Dragon Raiders Channeler in my deck, yes. Sure. Irritation. I think I can double Q Pioneer if I want to play Murktide Regent at 70% of my capabilities. And I would want to. Bros, we have skillfully won the match against opponent stuck on 1 land for 6 turns. Barely, but surely we did win. And we took our sweet time, 2 minutes per turn, while my opponent anguish over whether they're gonna ever draw their fucking second land or not. We have adapted to the mirror after losing the first mirror. What people stuck in the blue-red optimization camp don't realize that the final 3 slots don't matter at all. Play whatever looks nice to you, Lamau. That is true. And also, like, even more so, it's just so much more about the in-game decisions than, like, the deck building decisions. They moved to 6, I think they did, yeah. I kept a 1-lander too, but I have to consider, and I drew a Mishra's Bubble and seen a island from it immediately. Yeah, I did move to 6 on the play. Miss second land drop. I would even risk saying that the Shredder versus DRC discourse is meaningless. Yeah. It's not meaningless, but it's of little weight, probably. And like honestly, playing with the Murktide deck, I sometimes people ask me why I don't play the Murktide deck, and I don't have a good answer. But I don't know. I just like when my monsters are more fun than Murktide Regent. But as I said, so right now Murktide weak, and it does explain why in DNA tournaments Yorion dominates. It is indeed just a skill issue. Because if you listen to some NA players, they will sometimes tell you that Murktide is a weak deck, like the John of the format. People just like to play it, so it's so popular, but it's not so good, overrated. And then they will tell you that Yorion is the bee's knees and it's the most consistent deck, and it is ridiculous to say that it's not the most consistent, but it is just a skill issue. Yeah, Yorion is the gem of the format, 45% matchups against everyone. People who drop 2k on Yorion are probably more committed than the average paper player, so it makes sense they win more. Yeah. Probably. The Murktide deck is a deck with a pretty wide appeal. I mean, I guess it is not true. Like there is the meme archetype of a person who, like, if someone has 2k to drop on a Yorion deck, that either means they're committed to the game more, but it could also mean that they are committed to their well-paying job to the point where they don't care to drop 2k on the Magic the Gathering deck, which I don't know. I've met this player archetype where they like are a smart person, like a programmer. They earn like good money. They play Magic at your LGS. They're not so good, and like they're generally obviously like capable of thinking, but the game like doesn't really do that. Yeah, they're programming all the time, no time to play MTG, is what I assume. So like they just go to their shop for a tournament like, I don't know, every 2 weeks or so, and they just like play cards, and then they just do that recreationally. What if they program the software that trained them to play 4-color perfectly? What if you created an AI that would play 4-color, no, that would play Murktide mirrors forever, and then you would neural link it into your brain, and then you could adapt at real time? Would that be allowed at the competitive rel? People who are very successful in their career often have
He's
the
a
skills or
phenomenal
resources
control
necessary to be
player.
successful at MTG.
You just described my life very well.
Well, I don't know. Like time is a resource, so like I think it is. At least it's an archetype of a player that I met. As maybe it's different in different places in the world, but it's certainly not everyone who has lots of money is going to be poor at playing the game, or but it seemed relatively common for me that it is sometimes that people just pick it up as a hobby, and like more easier to pick it up as a hobby that you don't invest much time and relatively much time and much thought into, when it's not doesn't cost you like your everything, but it costs you just like a relatively small amount. It's a famous old saying: at any given point for MTG, you have two of the three things: money, time, and stamina. When you're young and have time and stamina, but no money. Yeah. Exactly. Or you maybe just, you don't even, maybe even have the time, but you're just not willing to spend it all on cards, but rather you spend it with your, I don't know, family or other pursuits, right? That also can happen. Yarion does beat up on budget decks pretty hard, which might be more of in paper than MTG except Baron for sure. Maybe. Yeah, that is definitely within like the realm of possible explanations. I think that's possibly true. Also, do you think I should just play Brazil Borrower over a Jace, and then I would have 2 Brazil Borrowers for the mirror? I talked to Viendrake a little bit about the mirror, and he said that Brazen Borrower is the best card in the mirror. Which, of course, again, this is very contextual. It's not true that anything is best at all the places, but it does seem like Brazil Borrower opens you up with some important lines. Like if somebody had 2 Brazil Borrowers, I guess I would just have 2 Regents in my deck because I would expect to recast my Regent over and over. Will I create Pioneer content in 25 minutes? It is a tough situation here because I would like to focus and play those games with relatively heavy core focus, but I also would like to play the Pioneer Challenge, so just play Neoform and Pioneer then. I mean, Heroic is relatively quick. Mono Green is not really quick to click through. Oftentimes, I wouldn't want to do that. When I double queued with Mono Green, it ended up poorly. I never played Mono White Humans. It can have pretty intricate combat stall situations, I guess. Kinda hate the wedding announcement, but seems like everyone has agreed that you need to play it. Don't usually sing wedding announcement that list. Okay, and then we literally like look at 4 lists in a row and all of them have 3 lists have wedding announcement. 5 color humans. Wedding announcement is also a non-creature free drop in my Thalia deck. Although it seems pretty good overall. Gisela, the Broken Blade. Does this deck play Thalia? The 5 colors? Wait, what? This is a combo of both decks. You remember the first time I fusion summoned Gisela? So good. You probably did it more than anyone ever. It seems like a fairly adventurous splash to me. Isn't this deck running any Trouble Inspectors? 2.6 and 56%. That kind of seems pretty strong. Initiate is just better than Inspector. Did I suggest to cut Initiate? I don't recall saying that. Although Initiate does work better with other 2/1s other than 1/2s. That much is true. Human Warlock. Was the coaching tweet for real? Somewhat. Because I lost a mirror really badly. Where I point out all the same cards and played them in a different manner. Patty Sanchez and Oskia slaughter the field whenever they feel like playing blue-red. Pachi Sanchez. Nathan Stuer, Piemonte Andrea, Doomswitch. And a meme picture from Tom White. Are you serious? I don't get this. Why is like this funny? Alright, I'll join Pioneer with Mono White. Mono White is simple enough. One has to be very good to coach you, I feel. No, I think this is the area where I'm lacking a lot, so I don't think I need to have someone that's better than me in general at Magic the Gathering cards to coach. But I have won my first mirror and I have felt like a champion of the game. So I feel like I no longer necessarily need it, but it would probably still be useful. Too many planes. Damn, that's a cool one. Maybe I'll cut a Shepherd Dunes. Let's cut this. Let's cut the Pokemon Energy. I have 2 copies of this by accident. Can limit the amount of whiteboarded ones. And maybe I don't need 2 pairs of the Zendikar lens. Let's have 1 pair and the second pair, let's skip it. Can Discord is on Discord if you want. I wouldn't feel entitled enough to coach you. Alright, I'll be probably asking questions in the Discord and maybe try to learn something from that. Where are goat bots? Yeah, I know that my match has started, but my deck buying has not finished. We are playing a Seppuku 6. $50 tickets! Hopeful initiate 441. Tough. Some Black does coaching, but I don't know if he's like knows anything about Blue Red. Guess those were the only 4 failures I had, so. Adeline, please. Exactly. Alright, let's defeat Seppuku 6.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Hey Kenny, did you ever try Glimpse combo?
I did try a Glimpse combo a few times. I even 5 out of it once or twice. I think the deck is not very good. But if you play it with the giant. Among the options, I think the best would be Nathan Stuer, probably. Also probably don't pronounce his name right, but the Phyrexian giant that makes goblins when you reveal it from your hand, which is named Chancellor of the Forge. No, they didn't kill the Ragavan, so it is not a mirror, it's like Living In or Rhinos. Or anything. Flooded Strands, yeah, Force of Negation. So I can fetch Vans against those decks, no problem, I think. I won't be Furied on both creatures, I didn't have Fury for the Ragavan to begin with. Don't know which one of the Cascade decks it is yet, but Triumph, so it's Rhinos. Randomly losing life against Rhinos could be problematic. Possibly, but I do have 2 counter spells, so not really. Until you get confirmation, I like playing as if it's Living In, because Rhinos can't kill you anyways, yeah. Oh shit, bros. Okay, just wanted to kill the Ragavan, seems like. Rhinos feels like a much better matchup than Living End. Yeah, the spell can resolve and you don't lose the game, so it's pretty nice. I guess I have 2 counter spells, so that's also an argument for fetching the island because of stuff. think I can iteration. Because I can iteration because it's fine. Solid. Two Rhino decks still run Bone Crusher Giant. I think it is not unheard of them to have Bone Crusher Giant in their deck. Also, let's buy the limited Thalias. If we play against Rhinos, we're gonna have plenty of time. Let's buy some Secret Lair Thalias. Oh shit. They don't have Secret Lairs. Is it even on model? But they have plenty of options. There's also the vampire version of Thalia. Some like vampire hunting lady. There's so many Thalias. Why did they print so many? It's so weird. Is it that popular of a card? Mina Harkley, exactly. I don't know that character. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. If there existed a 3 mana sorcery that made 2 4/4 green rhino creature tokens with trample, no one would ever think to put it together and make a deck around that. I guess it would be a decent threat, but it doesn't seem particularly strong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yes, against the instant too, but that's what like a hypothetical means, right? But if Crashing Rhinos just cost 2 green mana, would you splash it for it in your Murktide deck? For Tarmogoyf mana will be 2 mana. Oh, we can stack the triggers now. Misstacked. Free. Get 10, then it's free for 5, 6, and 8. So 3 kills. Sure. Sure, bro. Damn, good that I didn't bounce this. Glacier Shatter indeed seems like it beats the Rhinos decks by itself. Now, out of the sideboard. I'll cut the lightning bolts. And I'll have engineered explosives and fluster storm. What else do we got? Brazil Borrower, a charm. I want Mystical Dispute. Maybe this charm can steal a Rhino. Spell Snare is pretty weak, yeah. Good point. This wheel doesn't seem particularly super heavy against Brazil Borrower in some spots. Maybe over 2 heats I would want the 2 disputes. Heat seems kinda medium. Streak into endurances. Kinda, but it's not even really that weak into endurances because it rebuilds your delirium after endurance easily. Maybe I could cut a dragon, but that seems weak. I'll just have 1 dispute. Let's go Pioneer Challenge on the play, mono white humans. Playing white humans. Don't like dispute here, yeah, me neither. No 1-drop, I keep. Talia into Adalian seems powerful. This is a creature deck, undoubtedly. I think there is a full art Brave the Elements. I think this is a keep. They move to 5. Yes, angry white people. I think it's better to play this than this. They like would want to dispute. Leading on Boseiju and suspending crouching footfalls. That reminds me of the video where Brad Nelson was talking about footfalls and he just misspoke the name in 3 different ways over the span of 2 minutes, and that was pretty funny. Zerg sniped us with this deck choice. It feels like he can beat Thalia though, so that sounds fine. Ice. Sure. Yeah, Force of Negotiation, Brazil Borrower, Ensnaring Brigade, Domination, the Sweeper. There's plenty of good cards in the modern format. So problem card will be Endurance, sort of. Not really. This is illegal cam ship. Seems legal. .xxx cum. They have 2 cards left. It seems fine for me to keep the Ragavan around. They have a dispute, I pierce. Petty theft. There is also a chance that I will just be able to, if they even play Rhinos, can he steal heat? Nah, petty theft is fine. Just like that resolves. I'll just play my Ragavan next turn. This, I don't have the graveyard cards for it. Yo! Fucked and fucked and fucked. Do you think they do have Rhinos? Should I not cast my Consider ever? I think they don't have it. And even if they don't have it, then I think I should do this. Hi, how's it going? It's going well. This is useless. They do have Mayhem Devil, Oven Cat, yeah, that is a bit spooky, but also have Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, so I don't fear anything. They didn't block, that's because the Brazen Borrower was flashed in combat after it has already had its opportunity to be blocked and was not flying before blocks. Begging and begging and begging, begging and begging and begging. Watch me get BTFO'd by Endurance here. Oh no, they have a Mayhem Devil in play already. But how? I don't quite understand the choices. But maybe they're not supposed to be understood. Wait, how many inches? 12? That's a lot. Mods nowadays don't even know that Grand Songs are unskippable. If that monkey was banned, you were dead wrong. They cast rhinos, I can pierce them anyways. Alright, we're 2-1 in the modern challenge. Well, yeah, Grand Songs. Were not skippable. I think if the... Okay, it does not say so in the message about the exact reward, but I guess you could edit it for clarity. I doubt the unskippability, yeah, I mean, in theory. In practice, it is not. Okay, I don't think I can beat Mayhem Devil here. Do I want Valmira to protect my monsters? Brave the Elements seems rather poor when I need to protect continuously. Brutal Cathar is kinda bad too. Wedding announcement maybe is a little bit interesting. I do play removal. The Brave the Elements shouldn't be too bad. This should make me better against removal. I have 2 removals for Mayhem Devil. That actually war. Portable doesn't look good to me. It does not answer the relevant cards. Although I guess Devil is not really a problem if you answer the offense. Because Brutal Cathara looks really poor. I guess. Yeah, let's see this way. Backside of Raiden seems insane. It seems okay, but it is a 4 mana card that only makes my opponent pay more at this time of the game. They will. 61, yeah, accidentally. I thought it was 60. But backside of Raiden, they will pay sometimes and ping my 1000 creatures anyways. Oh, it also prevents one of that damage. Okay, so I did not realize that it had that ability too. Well, I guess next time. I did not realize it prevents the damages. I only remember the mana effects. Just lost to Creativity Titan in the challenge because they had free remand Lamao. It is your fault for building your deck in such a way that it is weak to triple remand. Nobody else's fault. Just beat some loser in the challenge by casting remand 3 times, exactly. O kurwa. Maybe there is no game 3. Imagine losing 3 men in 2022. Well, tough luck, bro. What can I say? You did beat Misplaced Ginger in the Pioneer Challenge of Heroic. Very nice. Bros, do you think he knows I have a ganja? Your offer for Blue Red Merc coaching coach piqued my curiosity. If it was serious, what made you seek coaching for a specific deck? I lose will give it. Simply. Wait, 2 Planeswalkers for 3 mana? This is insane. Can draw Declaration in Stone. Let's go. Mayhem Devil. +1 synergy, true. It seems like a bad matchup. But also, this deck seems pretty bad overall. There's no card filtering. It's an aggro deck with like, what 23 lands. Why did I play it, bros? At least we still have the Modern Challenge. No game 3. Despite being bad, it's pretty aesthetic though, yeah, maybe. It's not that bad, but red-black sack is one of the worst matchups, yeah. I mean, with my draws, it didn't feel like I would defeat anyone in the whole scope of Magic the Gathering. I guess I did draw. I did keep 3 spells and literally drew 6 lands. So maybe that also played a role, but... some decks take drawing 6 lands better than others. Yeah, I mean, we did draw badly against bad matchup. I guess it's not weird. I'm going to take a quick break before the next round begins. See you in a few minutes, nerds.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Chat, I wanna take you to a gay bar, 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 gay bar.
Can I stretch the card on stream? Nie. W jakim sensie stretch card on stream? What does that even mean? I will not play Legacy, no. Type a card name. Let's name Brainstorm, because I'm not playing Legacy. So this is a instant. Okay, so a 3 mana red new instant. Let's go. It could be white or black. Could be Hero's Downfall. Okay, uncommon, newer than here. Uncommon. Well, Violent Outburst is a common, so it didn't fit already. Damn, I can't even stop the bot. Chat, give me an instant. Uncommon instant from the past few years. That is not blue nor black. For 3 mana. Fight with fire, that's a sorcery. Slaying fire. Works. Thanks. This not red.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Cringe
Let's
yikes.
name Beast Within because it's good. It's kind of in between the stuff. It's newer than Phyrexia. So between Phyrexia and this. It's not in between, but that was worked out well. So this white or colorless? White uncommon instant for 3 mana. Can name Kill Shot? No, because Kans was here. Unbreakable Alliance. What's Unbreakable Alliance? Not even a card. Allied Assault, that's from Zendika Rising, so we don't want that. Make a stand. It's too new, make a stand. Off of the gateway, because we're looking between New Phyrexia and Theros. Unbreakable Formation is too new. Skywalker Shot is too new. Titan's Presence for Colorless, it's too new. Wait, no, it is more recent than the WoW. Okay. I was confused. Let's name Unbreakable Formation then. No, that's a rare. Zaya 10-minute timeout for wrongful suggestions. Skywalker Shot. It's from Kaladesh's year. But my round also starting. Final Yawgmoth. Let's see how bad of a matchup Yawgmoth truly is. Yawgmoth is very good. You mean very good of a matchup? Surely we have Fury in the sideboard. We actually do. You have my so much worse than Boseju number 2. What if they did play all of them? What's the new technology they adopted? Veil of Summer? What? Pass the turn? Oi, oi, oi. As my card ever lost me, cost you a loss on MTGO. Probably. I think he did skip a priority. Not Buka though. Well, I guess I need to crack the fetch to cast iteration. That was poor. I didn't think that through fully because I can't manipulate the top card. That well. What is motivating me to seek coaching in Blue Red specifically? It was half of a joke tweet, but I lose the matchup from both sides. I lose with Blue Red and I lose... I guess I lose the Blue Red mirror specifically. But I also lose with everything against Blue Red, but I think that has to do with Blue Red being a powerful deck. I did want to connive, yeah, but I also wanted to manipulate my top card, which I couldn't do that. I don't think I want to kill it. Yeah, my point is obviously expensive cards. Chord is not easy to use. If they pass with Chord, I will struggle a little bit. I might bolt this now though. Right. I'll just raise it and bolt them. Maybe hit this. They can at least prolong the decision till the end step though, it doesn't seem to matter. I don't think anything looks better than countering because this can be Dryad Arbor, can prevent the Shredder from dying. Do we try Survive the Night? Is it an uncommon? It is a common, so we did not try. So I can hit this now to connive. I probably just want to bolt. I think the bolt face them. If we grow, we also grow the thing. I might discard one of the iterations. I definitely want to have something powerful for the next turn. I'll discard a land though. Spiral of Canal is useless. I would appreciate a counterspell. So I want to have many looks for it. Boltuj mu łeb. Jeśli ktoś się wkurwia, no to zboltuj mu łeb. Kosa pod żebro. I think I want to kill it, and I want to kill it now. It's too much damages. Even if they play Yawgmoth this turn, it does not seem particularly impactful. I don't want to let them untap into an Endurance. If they play Sneaky Maniac Endurance. Or just like play land half court for Endurance, not attack. Ja bym atakował, żeby zabić typa, no. Nie będę blokował jak frajer. I have iteration for the next 10, so I'll find some extra tools if they play Yawgmoth, and they play a Yawgmoth is pretty weak. If my opponent has no life points, they also can combo off with Yawgmoth, so it's also a good strat to take away their life points. Weakens the Yawgmoth combo by a lot. What if Dryad Arbor had Undying? And Haste. Bepis, Coca-Cola. Lime. Encircling Fissure from BFZ. Did you think of that or did you Google that? Instant White. Year 16. Is BFZ from 16? It is not. Where is BFZ? No, it has to be from the year of 16. So it doesn't fit. Make a stand. Alright, if it's not make a stand, then you will suffer. Pog. Spell Pierce. No spell Pierce. Why are we all here? Just to suffer? The Grease minus, that's not really all that good for them. Also, how does exactly Dragon Rage's Channeler fly if it's a human? Really makes you think. Endurance? Wow, sure. That seems rather uninspiring. So deep. So fucking deep.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Happy Challenge Day.
Spellsner is rather weak. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can play the dragon. Did you attack with the DCR? I miss sequence here, misplace. I need 2 dragons. Dead mom.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Oops, forgot to unsub. Feel Spardman.
Thank you, Smer. Thank you, Plotordio. I probably should have unholy heated the endurance attack with the channeler too. I would have killed them. One turn got delirium back. It's pretty classic channeler. It does that. Which is why endurance is actually not actually good at against channeler really. Rather, it matches up nicely, but then you have to divide its power by 9 because it's a 3 mana card versus a 1 mana card. Yes, we did try make a stand. We have guessed the card already. Thank you for your contribution. Nice, X Michael. Oh, Dur said this on the stream. So against Yawgmoth, I would want to play Hares for sure. Subtlety Fury. In the Cyborg guide I have suggests Blood Moon. I'm on the draws, I'll cut the Raga once. The player can be tricky and keep them. Then Spell Pierce, Spell Snare. Spell Pierce a bit poor. Spell Snare also kinda poor. Spell Pierce gets better if they have Veil. They have Cord always anyways, and Cord you will almost always gonna be able to Spell Pierce. Because they will play it for full. The Cyber guy they have tells me to cut Archmage's Charm, which I think I'll cut Spell Snare. Not super convinced about Blood Moon. Maybe cut a Charm. I guess I can cut a Charm if I want to bring the moons. Better than Harris. I think the Harris was been excellent for me whenever I played it against Yawgmoth. So, but really high praise of Blood Moon. With the moons, let's exchange them for dress downs. Moon against dark seems odd. It is a little bit odd, yeah. Let's have one moon to try it to see. I mean, it does seem odd to me to moon Yawgmoth. Like, it is... Every deck can die to moon, and so can the Yawgmoth deck for sure, though. I don't think I want to trade. Brave the elements. Try to cheesy it. Well, this is a good matchup, so I don't think I need to cheese anything. Blue-white spirits. If you would have been listening to me, you wouldn't have cut the pierce, though. But you clearly didn't listen to me, so you would cut it. Kept the pierce out of respect to Well of Summer and because Cord is almost always gonna be spell pierceable. Anyways, and otherwise it is a pretty hard one if they pass a turn to your counter spell. There are fluster for those cards. Probably true, yeah. Well, we can't pierce a turn to evolution because they will not play a turn to evolution because they will board out evolution, so. Kinda screwed here, my hand did not match up super well. My DCR is going to die. Does Yawgmoth play any things I can kill with Fluster? No, because Grease is a creature, so does it matter? It's the slowest humans game. My point is in double queuing hell. No, I never really figured out why Yawgmoth is pro-human. We watched a large portion of the video, didn't finish it, and it didn't seem to really explain that. seems fairly vague. Well, he's not a god here. He's a 30-year-old human in this. From the race of Thrans, who made dynamos, among other things. Dynamos. Why are we lost? Very good question. I don't know if they used their wall this turn. I think they did. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć. They did. I'm pretty sure. Why they left the wall untapped? Now let's draw a red source, subtlety to hand. Damn, am I going to win this? Murktide comeback, so I wanted to scoop, but then I didn't scoop, and suddenly my poor opponent is getting spunked. I think I hit now, right? Ooh, not sucking anything. So hopefully I don't have a third card, but rather just a jog mode for 4 mana. I have one card in hand, I play Murktide, and I have counter spells, so I guess they're pretty dead. I play the land because I have Fury Islet. Yeah, I think it was pretty close at a certain point in the game. If they have Greased Veil, I could be a bit tough still, but I don't think I would counter a Dismember. So your argument is not well thought out, ultimate price. Even if you are trying very hard to find some play to nitpick. I had purpose. They did tap the Bed of Paradise. True. Well, it's not in the range. Why is it not in the range? I don't know what Johnstar means when he says that Vel is not on the range, that he doesn't think they have it now, or what? Or in general. What made me play Blue Red today? Well, it's the best deck with no bad matchups, so question would be what made me not play Blue Red for the past decade. I think I want to attack now, then play Lloyd and post combat. That way. So Novel is probably a correct assumption. True. But also they could have top decked it, so like it's also not really a choice for me to assume to play around it. So because I want to have 3 creatures so I can flip the Kithion because I assume that's helpful. That damn spell pierce was a pretty good one, yeah. Czyli mówisz, że przejebałeś challenge'a z Ferro Arkonem, idziesz płakać u UR w kącie? No tak, możesz wziąć ode mnie te karty na Creativity, nie będę grał tym gównem. Więc będę miał wolne dla ciebie. Archony, jakieś tam inne. Reny, nie wiem co tam chcesz dokładnie, nie patrzyłem. Spell Queller is unfair. Is it even important? I guess attacking. Oh, this is good now. Because the trades are good. And I actually don't think I want to flip the Kithion anymore. Because it doesn't do anything right. Do you board Bloodmoon versus Mono White Hammer? I think on the play. What creature do you think has jumped Murktide the most? I think Murktide Regent. As Blue Red is the most popular matchup and that's probably not true. I don't think it's Shell. Shell is too new. I drew 5 spells and 6 lands, so my deck sucks. Coatl doesn't always champ. 4/4 flying cycling thing. No, the situations where it champs don't arise naturally. Too often. How am I supposed to kill spirits? Grazer probably chumps Murktide a lot because it is often jumping at the first possible opportunity, even when you have too much, even if you can take the hit because you don't want it to get removed later for 8 damage. Did I easily dispatch Yawgmoth? Yeah, I did. Spell pierce the cord. Unholy heated the Yawgmoth, subtlety the other Yawgmoth. Brave the Elements seems rather poor against my opponent's deck too. Because I have 3 colors of cards. Serve the declaration, 2 holes. You have some removal. I don't know. The wedding announcement seems rather poor too. Although maybe it's actually good. Because it's a verdict. But my flyers don't really block my opponent's flyers. I did not find a coach yet. I was not looking particularly actively though so far. So now I'm 3-1 in the challenge. I feel like I no longer need the coach. I feel like I already solved everything. This is a keep. I have 3 1-drops. But if I don't draw a land for this, it's a shit hand. And if I do, it's also a pretty bad hand. Let's mulligan this. Czemu nie wsadowałeś Portable Hall? No jest Portable Hall na ekranie przecież, kurde, no. No to jak nie wsadowałem? Byku. Is it that good against a free drop deck, company deck? With protection cards? I did not board the third one because I wanted to have creatures instead of it in my deck. Why would I want all my removal on the plane when the removal is not very good? Because their main threat cards are the free drops too, right? I thought you were memeing. Well, I was memeing too. Damn, I wish I had a portable hole for this creature. Good value. The 1/3 Lord blocks favorably, everything favorably, and must be removed to win. That is a fair argument. I do have 8 removals for it though, and again, on the play, I think I would prefer to carve out with creatures than not to. While on the draw, I can carve out with removals too, so I will have the third one on the draw. I hope that explains it. What is this? Flying lifelink, protection from vampires, the number of spirits and enchantments. Damn. Co ty robisz? Co ty tam grzebiesz mi? Yes, they also have many powerful free drops, so if I draw too many portable holes, that can go wrong easily too, as if they draw too many Catildas, Spell Quellers, and even Skycloud apparitions, and my holes are going to be embarrassing. Does she say that? It's very funny English. Let's spread the counters. I need to complain to other Pioneer players. I was playing a red-green deck with 12 1-drops. Had the super rare triple Swift Spear start in game 1. Opponent went first, and my opponent cast turn 3 Sweltering Suns in game 1. Damn. In Phoenix? This indeed tough luck. Should have played this before combat, but not if they have Spell Queller, I think. And I guess what else would they have? How are you finding mono white? It's a terrible experience to play this deck. I regret choosing it. I draw 5 planes and 1, 2, 3, 4. I draw 5 lands, 5 spells. And it feels like I was never within reach of even thinking about winning this game. And now what? All I can top deck is 1-drops. Or Adeline or Thalia's Loitant. They literally have anything, it is going to be death. I play 1 Cave of Frost Dragon, 1 Castle Ardenvale, 4 Mutavolt. So it's kinda rough not to have drawn even a single one, but also 2 Shepherd Dunes. Do you think they have a Flash Spirit that can block my Dauntless Bodyguard? I think if they do, I can't win. They probably... let's assume they just want to crack the clue. I don't think I beat a Quell Speller here by beating around the bush. Let's play my land. I have no more secrets and maybe they're gonna have Spell Pierce. Okay. I can't brave the elements, but it would not even accomplish anything. So I'm not unhappy to not have it available as my potential draw. Kurwa, no koszu. Nie zrzucaj mi wszystkiego. Mi łamiesz takie przedmioty. To nie lubię jak tak robisz. I somehow they have 5 life, they're not doing anything. Maybe they won't have company. I was indeed incorrect. We have Lord. Okay, missed on company. Still in the game. I can still draw Declaration, kill both spellcallers, recast Welding Announcement, attack with 3 creatures. Cope hard. Cope and Sieve, die. Yeah, not in the game. In standard, Loxodon. The Loxodon with Convoke was really good. I don't remember the name of it. Loxodon Cleric, Loxodon something. I wonder if that card... I don't know, it feels like this deck is missing something like that. Venerated Loxodon, yeah. Just feels extremely low power. It does feel like it has too little payoffs for like even having the monsters, and there's few 1-drops. The payoff is brave the elements against mono green and they can't block you. Wow. It was said Healer's Sock and History of Benalia, true. You don't need to play those cards. think Healer Soak is not necessarily impressive, but it seems much better now. Has some payoff and has some 1-drops. This makes zero sense to me, the way it is built. There's also an anthem where you choose a creature type, you could, for 2 mana, and it gets +1/+1, you can put it on humans too, but not sure. Maybe it's better than Loxodon. Well, I mean, Company doesn't let you play mono white, which also comes with like letting you play less lands, but that lists around 23 and Mutavaults. They want to turn to Ragavan? Maybe. I don't know, maybe he's playing the Feign Death deck. Thalia and Rally is a no-day combo. Spikefield Hazard. Thalia's Lieutenant. That is a better combo. Interesting. Can play a 6/6 Dragon. It's no Delirium yet. Pass the turn, flash, and borrower. That's something that hasn't crossed my mind. I don't know. A 6/6 dragon can be terminated. Can be also Fury feigned death. Alright, I guess flash the borrower. Let's explore new things. Do you still flash borrower or do you take the opportunity to bounce the token? I think you bounce the token. This is damage though, but it's good tempo now to make monsters. It's also consideration to bounce Saga. There isn't. It's nonsensical. Eight flying power and the borrower coming. Not even overwhelmingly weak to Fury feign death. Alongside I'm not getting pumped by Thalia as Lieutenant is okay. As a 4/4 it should mostly be able to attack nicely. I also remember that back in Shadows over Innistrad Standard there was a mono white deck in Standard that relied pretty hard on Knight of the White Orchid, and that card was pretty great in the deck. Every game where the deck was on the draw. It's pretty tough with Mutavaults, maybe. I wonder if in Pioneer that card is still good enough to play many copies on the draw in a mono white deck in the sideboard. Well, I have one copy, but by playing 4 copies, you would make it into a larger part of your plan. It's also even able to fetch Idyllic Grange. Which I remember it used to do in the mono white Devotion deck with Heliod Ballista combo. Yeah, Rat Shadow standard deck was my favorite white Winnie deck of all times, and every standard I try to replicate it and it fails, and then sometimes we play mono white deck in standard, but it is nowhere close to the memory of that deck, which had like 21 drops. And Thalia's Lieutenant, and always watching as the only free drop that it played. While the mono white decks in standard nowadays, they just play like 11 free drops, and it's just ugly to look at. Oh no, bro. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. The mono white deck that won the Pro Tour and that made London Mulligan, I think, was pretty similar to that, but a bit worse. Oh. Wandros and Loitans is scary for lots of the format and Pioneer, I think. Sure. Hopefully. It was GNR Pro Tour when Luis Scott Vargas mulliganed to 4 in a mono white mirror in the finals. Decent draw. Not a decent draw, bro. That's not cool. Why do you K-commands me? Ooh, spooky K-command. I think I'm gonna play the region because it trades with Liliana. This doesn't do anything if he top decks badly. So I don't actually want to exile many spells. Let's make a 4-4. So it doesn't get bolted. Can't Fury anyways. No super kurwa, fajnie Terminatora z czubeczka, nie? Super, fajnie. Fajnie masz. Fajnie Terminator. Oh, stuff. Can still draw iteration to one Oli Eat. Or a Ragavan into something powerful. Or a Spell Pierce. This is probably kind of a little bit of a tricky matchup. I mean, again, I'm an iteration away from, or a hit away from Onda Liliana from being okay. I guess he drew Terminate, I drew Land, so like it looks like a tricky matchup. You cry, you want to die, exactly. I give up. So against the red-black range mid-range, I want to Hairs. I would want less counter magic. He's using Malaki Rebirth. Yeah, I understand that. Dress down. I'll keep counterspell then. Maybe subtlety, but guess it is a flyer at least. Explosive seems poor. Soft counter magic seems poor. Trestle doesn't seem to accomplish much. Tormod script doesn't seem to accomplish much. Guess we'll just do that. Just have more powerful top decks in the deck. Hey, it's a no one drop hand.
He's a
Keep it.
phenomenal control player.
Daniel M2890. Thank you very much for the sub. Very based. Hey, it's a 1-drop. I think I would like to hit a second land, so I will do this. This matchup is fairly losable. Watch me do this. It's also a nonsensical thing to say when you look at my hand and it's like plays a 2-2 on every turn. He did miss a land, but you know, they play a Cavalier this turn. Tough luck, right? Understanding players are quite a bunch, but I also question the validity of your claim. I wish the dash would return your creature from your graveyard. Yeah, mono green is a solid deck all around, so green has much less bias than. Well, we have 4 Braves, but if you don't deal enough damage, you won't just Brave for 20. I agree that it's a favorable matchup, probably. Mono green is not great at stopping aggro decks, but the degree of it is really not that. Knight's Whisper and Fury evoke Fury. Insane stuff. I don't know what to do here. At least you got a Fury. Out of my opponent's hand, pitched. Fury on Fury. Because of Liliana, I kind of don't want to play Ledger Shredder here. But that lets him play Fable. I am a chicken. I will simply kill my opponent next turn with Brave the Elementals. Yeah, I could have animated Vault, that's true. It would be a 4 of land for subtlety, but I feel like keeping 2 spells seems better to me. And I think I'm going to get defeated by red-black cringe Morange. Is it a deck with a good Murktide matchup? Question marks. Ja pierdolę. So bad. Raz, dwa. White creatures you control. Whoops. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So I was supposed to play Thalia. Still works though. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć, siedem, osiem, dziewięć, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Chwila. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, 12, 13, 14, 15. This is actually not lethal. Oops. My next turn. Need iteration. Death and despair. We have acquired our second loss in the tournament, which means we are not top 8ing anything today. Time to play vintage. It already was time to play vintage. It's 8 rounds of free, 6-2 Zenter, not dead. Well, I am dead because I lost early. You don't top 8 if you won, if you lost the first round. Join Legacy in 5 minutes. Chat, should I join Legacy in 5 minutes? I don't think I will. Even if you say yes. They want rest in peace against Monogreen. No, I'll not play Legacy. It's like too late, already streamed. We'll finish the Modern Challenge. That will have to be enough content for you for today, bros. And tomorrow it is going to be Blue-Red only stream, as I said. Yeah, probably will have the halls, even if they're a bit shitty. Can have one rest in peace too. It's kind of bad. Probably a creature is better. If free to. Asmongold Advisor. Sungold, not Asmongold. Sentinel, not Advisor. This hand has a 1 land. It sucks. Almul. This one lander also sucks. Almul. Rest in peace. Excellent. Chat, do you think that if all the challenges started at the same time, would there be people multi-queuing all of them? Popper, Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy, all starting at 12 a.m. Saturday. Well, I mean noon. Not my fault that the system is a bit weird. 12 a.m. wherever you live. See, Chad, I learned the Mutavolt trick with Thalia's Lieutenant. Time to buy 3 more monitors. I always double queue on a single monitor. Maybe I should buy a third one. Maybe you can implement it so that it streams from the one that is active currently. It's probably easy. Alright, mono green is a buy. I have shit talked people who said that it is a buy for no reason. Move to 5, not close. Dead on turn 5, I guess. With no outs. No outs till since turn 3. Should create a second Twitch account and stream 2 challenges as a team simultaneously. Double subs equals dollars. Why would people double sub? What would convince them to subscribe to the second channel? Ale szczeka piesek. I don't know, bros. I'll see you in 5 minutes. I need to pee. Plenty of time. Damn, if I only had a legacy round to play in between, that would be a great way to kill off some time. Can continue watching the Yogmoth video, but I don't remember where he stopped. God of Phyrexia. Ursa. I think somewhere here. Fall of the Throne was what we watched. Interested in playing the human stag in a league. Let's learn about the important stuff. Is it supposed to be like this? What's good, Glimpse? I think a good Glimpse deck list has no Fable. It's a pretty tight deck list. You can't really play. You can't really play both Fable and Chancellor, I think. I am an uncertified Vortus. Mm. So the weak sun is the thing that the dog has on its neck, I assume. But this artwork has always been a little bit puzzling to me because it seems like the creature is the focus of it and not that necklace. During the brothers' childhood, Tokasia took them to explore the sacred cave of Koilos. There, in the hall of Taksin, Misha discovered the mysterious Weakstone. While exploring the sacred cave of Koilos with his brother Misha and their master Tokasia, Urza fell behind the Hall of Taksin, where he discovered the remarkable Might Stone. Caucasia. During the brothers' childhood. Funny typo. Mm. Did it just not age? That seems like, actually, you know, for all of the shit that you can give to Yawgmoth, that seems like a pretty huge scientific advancement to stop aging. But Yawgmoth, I understand if he's like a cloud god, then he wouldn't, but Gix was just a regular bro. A human at first, right? See? Discord. Remember that subscribing is free with Twitch Prime, and it comes with numerous benefits such as ad-free watching and access to the sub-only Discord. That Mishra owns the psychic battle. A foul metallic stench clogged Urza's senses. It was then he knew his brother was no more. They look pretty funny in this artwork. Like Mishra looks super mad. Random cough in the side in the background. How is it like? How do you feel about the creative part of this card? Like from like the creative design part of this card, where it is an artifact that can unleash untold power, and it is a 4 mana mono artifact that says all cards from the Antiquities expansion, including Golgothian Silex, must be discarded from play. In game wise, that is a powerful effect, albeit it's a fairly narrow one, I guess. Yeah, the artwork is also looks like a dish from TJ Maxx. Look up the Oracle text. Each non-token permanent with a name originally printed in the Antiquities expansion is sacrificed by its controller. Okay, in what way is it funny? Like you saw the lands too, right? Were the lands in Antiquities? Troll lands. Strip mine. Why does strip mine have 4 almost identical artworks? Whose idea was that? It's one per season? We'll have Titan's sideboard. Very good question. Counters any artifact as it is being cast. For red mana, a counter spell. Wow. Wait, what? Yawgmoth. Kinda rude. Kinda rough. Massive Dragon Engine 1 free. And random Burning Vengeance. Where Urza? Is that Urza? Nice Vegeta armor. Good animation. I can see that her shade is actually non-human. So interesting that they couldn't tell. Bowling alley tier animation, true. Funny. I frequently misinterpreted the artwork of Furnace of Wrath. I have thought that those are like arms with long fingers and claws, and this is a face of a creature. And that the like lightnings is its arms. But it was an extremely goofy creature, and it didn't really make sense. I was wondering what the hell is that, but only relatively recently I have realized that it is the Weatherlight ship, which makes it look less goofy. If you can zoom out a little, like, it does seem like that, like a goofy creature. Just looking around the corner. Top draw a card, artifact, eco. Yeah, it's pretty hefty. Mana 1/1 unblockable. Is that indeed the super soldier that the army of which was supposed to stop Yawgmoth? Well, Not so sure about that, bro. But it does seem like Yawgmoth and Urza are essentially the same. They hate each other, but they do the same things. Correct. So he used the time machine, but not for love. Do you remember the new Phyrexia trailer? Which was in Phyrexian, I think. Oh shit, that's loud. Wait, it's not in Phyrexian. Damn. So like they thought that Karn is the savior, but the Phyrexian thought that he's the destroyer. But turned out he was not the destroyer because he's not anymore. Very interesting lore. I do not think I could beat Vorinclex in a fight now. But did you know that the official lore of Vorinclex in Kaldheim is that he somehow traveled to Kaldheim, presumably by utilizing the planar bridge. And then, since organic matter cannot travel between the planes through blind eternities, only the metal parts of Phyrexians can transfer. So he transported himself to Kaldheim and then just laid there kind of dead because he didn't have his organic parts until some deer walked over and then he ate the deer somehow despite being dead. And that reinvigorated him and he was able to rebuild himself and then perform his mission on Kaldheim, which was, I'm not sure what. If I had a planar bridge, would you go to the Ramran? Sure, why not? Is this a keep or a mulligan? Wait, Barutin on 60 cards? I hope he does not play Deflecting Palm. I think we'll move if no one play. This is somehow even worse. I don't know if Barutinka is, but I am about to double queuing. What's worse, cheating or siding deflecting pawn versus throne? Close. Vorinclex stole the Cosmos Elixir. Source of immorality for the gods of Chaldean. Good. But he also died, so he's probably not very successful in that stealing, or maybe he stolen it and then he didn't need it anymore, so he died. If we lose this match, then what? I mean, obviously I'm going to lose. 10-3 is going to creativity is clue token. Play Ren here. No, okay. Okay, I think we don't lose. It's a good land to draw. Tough situation. I think I'm better off casting. Pierce into creativity can make me die. Or this. Ay, ay, ay. Super punish for the bold discard. Blow my trumpets, sure. Bro, blow me. My trumpets. Spiral Bluff would also be bad, yes. Bro, he doesn't even have Archon. Is it not good to bluff bolt here? I think not for the price of not having. I don't think I want to bluff. I'm not a bluffing person. You cannot one of monkey in play. That's true, but I would rather play multi-region counterspell. Didn't cast creativity against me tapped out. Didn't spell pierce my expressive iteration. I think the risk of Denger is very low. Doesn't make sense for my point to have either of those cards in hand, so I would need to draw both. Well, he does use the Fable, but I think the deployment of the dragon is very valuable here. What do I think of them Hayashi style mono red? Is it good? It's not good now. It's not that bad, but it's not good either. Well, made a dwarf token, which is kind of spoopy. Interesting. Yes, spell pierce, then he should probably attack with the goblin and make X2. That seems super bad. Compared to doing the other thing. How are you? I have a question, please, very important. I play Blue-Red Murktide in Modern. I don't understand why in Cyborg now don't play Force of Negation. Because it's not good against any deck. But if you think it's good, then you can play it. Charm. Doesn't make sense for him to have a second creativity. Unless he found it in relatively recently. So I'll die the second one, but that's about it. Well, forces are good in Cascade, so I can play Cascade decks. Disturbia. This deck is so bad. Okay, the Sen is playable. To find creativity, bro. Transmogrify. Need to play a dragon. And still die to lightning bolt, I guess. Well, that was a tiny bit unfortunate. Maybe too many bolts. But Dragavan is real bad against their deck, I think. Especially on the draw, it's gonna just want to keep all the crabsters. Snow the Fairy. Can have Flaster for more cheap counters for the counter wars. Over 2 bolts probably makes sense. Just wondering about JTMS. Maybe. It's pretty bad against the dwarves. Fury maybe for hard casting. Maybe remake Charm because of the Blood Moon casting. Oh yeah, the Pioneer game. But Tottenham moves to 5. It's pretty incredible that I lost that game. But I wonder if discarding that ball to connive was a mistake or not a mistake. Can I send you 10 million channel points? No, I don't have that capability, unfortunately. Play points are non-transferable. It is true that signing Blood Moon against all mountains tag is pretty ironic. I'll play the moon now. It seems the most convenient. Don't want to draw the card at the top. The Spire Bluff kinda awkward. Why does Sneaky Rogues like to wear the leather armor? Because it's made of hide. I'm sorry, I don't get it. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. No, actually I do get it. That's pretty funny. $13 minutes, 12 minutes spent on my first 3 turns. Well, cringe. Hmm. You know, this Pioneer tournament, it does not spark joy whatsoever. Whoever made me join with this deck, you're at fault. Let's just finish the modern one. I'm playing as Barutinha. I assume in Pioneer it was a creativity deck too, but I dropped. So no longer playing. That's just Pioneer, well, to an extent, I guess.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Kensugi Tsunashi, thank you for the sub. Now I'm on red, lost to blue-white twice. Maybe it's time to rethink as to whether it's your best matchup, actually. So I think it might not be actually so clear. So on the draw, I don't want Ragavan even more. He had the Crabster post-sport.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Kind of don't hate the Archmage's Charm because it is good to keep it up. Well, it's kind of bad against the cheap counter magic stuff, so I guess the plan makes sense. Nah, Cleave, I think it's favored. Well then, good luck. Pissed Namlock, very nice name. Pissed Namlock. But I think maybe this Jace would be just better as a Brazen Borrower. Brazen Borrower is probably just a better version of the effect of Jace. I got it from a random name generator 20 years ago. It does sound like a randomly generated name indeed. So your story makes perfect sense. Very cool. Understandable. You should not play Jace. Yes. I will cut it from my deck tomorrow. It's pretty poor. Let's do it now, I guess, not to forget. Would I rather be Prometheus, but you get to play MTG sometimes, or Sisyphus? I mean, both sound really tough, but I guess I get to play MTG sometimes would mean that I have something to look forward towards. Set against the rules to make a bot playing Modern Baron Leagues. The TOS is very lengthy, so you'd need to check. Nobody actually read it fully. Certainly I didn't, so I would assume it's probably against the rules, but maybe it is not. If maybe the Fluster is not so good actually. Kind of tricky if to keep the Murktide or not here, but I think I keep. Well, Fluster is gonna be good for the counter wars, I guess, so. It's unlikely to actually go dead, right? And makes me able to play the drag on. It's kind of tough that he does not play anything though. What's Dragon? Murktide Regent. I think I pass. If I play the moon, then things can go badly for me. The next turn I have a 5th land, then I can play the moon. And then I can get creativity through that, even if the moon gets answered. Working towards a dragon with a shield of counters. Well, I'm not sure about waiting forever, but at least until next turn, I think. Depending on my opponent's moveset, I can lay the moon. So my mana base looks very nice right now. Oh, someone is tapping out. Dawaj kurwa tego Fable'a. Play it! No, bro. Oh, this is fearsome gaming. Can pass and end of turn bounce a dwarf and play the Brazil Borrower. Are you not fetching to get them with moon? Well, I'm not fetching because I don't need to yet. Might want to change my decision with some cards. I am Canister's opponent and I'm stream sniping right now, lol. Prove it. What's the oracle text of Deflecting Palm? So I can flash this, right? Because it's X3, so it's gonna need to pay 4. Music, music, music. Please don't stop the music. Well, they well again, I flustered again. Well, they fluster their only targets, so my flusters. And I fluster the well with all of my flusters. Yeah, I probably should have flustered the counterspell, right? Do you think some people might try to cheat with sack like this in paper? I mean, for sure, people might cheat, right? Do I moon? No, I don't moon. I just play dragon. Right, if I play dragon. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć. I guess land creativity is gonna be okay. Doesn't lock them out? No, it doesn't. Well, X1 is fine. I will send them to Brazil then. Send him to Brazil. Wait, he is Brazilian. With Vel of the trash, sure. If you had Vel, you would have Vel my fluster next turn. It is a bit rough that he does have creativity XD2 now. He boards both claim and Bosseggio, which is interesting. Mm. The dragon did not succeed. Seems like creativity is one in the long list of matchups where I lose from both sides. I think that was a good reason to moon. Yeah, he did have Bosseggio, so he would moon Bosseggio. No, it doesn't really. No, that's not a good reason to moon because that's even easier to do when I moon. So I think I'd rather play like not into that. Or rather, it's as easy to do when the moon is in play. Doesn't have top lands anymore with 2 triumphs in play. So I'll say that it was unfortunate, simply. Next turn, Shatter Murktide maybe win. Just have Murktide as a blocker. I guess, yeah, that's also reasonable because I can beat the Archon by blocking it. That's true. You're right. Maybe. Interesting game. Also, interesting sideboarding on his part to have the both like claim and Boseju, I guess. It kind of makes sense. Why don't you bounce creativity with the borrower instead of the token? I think reading the card would help you understand the reasoning for that play. But if Poison Borrower was also a counterspell, then I would play more of them. So I wonder what he cuts if he boards like this. I don't know how he sideboarded. You didn't see any bolts. Maybe he cuts the bolts and then I don't know. If you cut the bolts, then you never need to and you ignore the creatures and just try to resolve creativity. That will be your modus operandi. Add Boseju, add claim, add spell protection. I don't know. Can subtlety catch creativity or not? Is creativity a planeswalker or a creature? It is not, so you can't. Yeah, against Zero Monkey Cowards, Cutting Bolt is good, but he did have the hard evidence every single game, so I don't think I would have preferred to have Monkey in my deck. This it's super hard to ever keep Ragavan for me in this matchup because it really leaves. There's so many cards that where it matches up poorly. The dwarfs, the crabs, the bolts if they keep bolts, but even if they don't keep bolts, it's still crabs. Crabs, dwarfs, wrens, which wren does not apply on the play. Yeah, you could skip Moon against the claim deck, this true. But also then I won game 2, so I would have 2 more bolts. Yeah, I guess. Or the charm and bolt. Moon was really good against me on creativity. I did not board Boseju and claim because that looked kind of bad to me, but I mean, didn't look that bad from his side this game. He also has Prismari command, which makes Moon less of an issue. Even here, right now, he has a treasure token. So I guess the Moon does become significantly better against the Teferi deck because that deck has a shittier mana base. So I guess some people do play Prismari Command and Teferi together, but it's pretty hard to have space for that. I think having two Brazil borrowers would also be an improvement here. We lost to Batutinka, we lost to the Mirror. I think game one, I don't remember the exact situation, but I think it was probably correct to discard Iteration, not Lightning Bolt. If I kept Lightning Bolt, I just assumed I would find another one, and then I didn't find another one, which maybe was capable of avoiding the need for that if I kept it, right? The Lightning Bolt Arena. Interesting. There's one more match, two more matches, because two more rounds in this tournament because it is 130 players. So guess we'll play an extra one in a few minutes. As Young Dingo and Waffle finish their own rounds. I don't play much creativity, always felt like they were a bit like Murktide, wherein if you just kill Archons, their plan B is just too weak. I think there is very little resemblance between creativity and blue-red, but I have found the creativity deck to die to Blood Moon and be kinda cringe overall. Which here we've seen Palutin cannot die to Blood Moon, but if I were to play creativity, the better version is to play with no Teferi. I'm pretty sure that the Teferi version does not. The Teferi is nice, but it does not justify the mana. Sacrifices made for the Planeswalker. Last seen deck 14 days ago, Azorius Control. This Azorius indeed, let's keep it. Bad matchup, as many say. We'll see. They have wing shards. Respectable. Or rather, they had wing shards in the sideboard. A Modern Horizons card. Ugh. Any moves from my opponent's side? If I was a Jedi, I would just make my lightsaber really long, like 10 feet. Then I'd never lose. Fair. Solid plan. Honestly, same. I think I'd Shredder, by punished by Chalice, but I made a mistake because I can hit the third land better if I scry first. What's he even talking about? Verdicto. Not good. Spend my mana, maybe deal damage. It's not very good for my opponent to play the Time Raveler here, so he probably will not do anything, seeing that they draw Verdict. Okay, I was mistaken. Solitude my DRC, maybe. Even if they DRC, I want to iterate for a land. Mm. I mean, I guess. Sure. So I have a verdict. Do I want to play a second creature to make them play out the verdicts, I then iterate into Work Mage's Charm? I think so.
He's a phenomenal control player.
Based Kaniki.
Thank you for the sub, Silver. Would you call Buka fat for $10 trillion? Sure. I call her fat even without that. Every now and then. Because she is a bit chunky. Yeah, probably should have iterate. If you hit the fairy, then I would want to. I don't have land 5 for Time Raveler. Not Time Raveler, but rather the. But Hero Dominaria is the only scary thing. Let's continue the dashing process. Well, I explained my thought process. So I was 3-1 at one point. I have the iteration, so I would probably be able to find Unholy Heat. They might not even have it. What the fuck? Well, think twice. Think twice, max. Three mana, exile 5 other cards from a graveyard to draw. Okay. Solid. I'm card advantageous over them right now. Guess I have Kahira, so we're even. Why don't just play Whispers of the Muse? I mean, this costs 3 mana to escape. I don't know, Whispers of the Muse seem better than this card to me. Should I? I mean, it's fine to do it, kinda. Let's see if my top card is good, and then we're gonna decide. It's weak, so we can reshuffle it, no regrets. It's terrible against Time Ravel, but it is used to. Okay, we got a Archmage's Charm for it, so that's like pretty decent trade. And a glimpse of freedom, sure. We also fueled their graveyard so they can glimpse. Thank you, Mr. Streamer. Great hardcast content, yeah. For sure. Or they play that to draw a card at end of turn. And grind me with card advantage. My Delusion's probably better, yeah. Feel of Ruin would destroy my lands. I mean, Glimpse seems pretty scary. The game goes long in this matchup. Deluge, here it comes. If I had to double queue this match with the mono white pioneer match, I would have died of cringe. Pitch prismatic getting, that's a real card. Could have bounced the monkey maybe, but no, I want to keep counterspell, so it was not a sensible move. I have 2 dragons in my deck. Still have the yellow counterspell and the normal counterspell, right? Good draw. Let's go, iteration. Raz, dwa, trzy, cztery, pięć, sześć. I'm not sure if there was a shuffle actually. Can play out the Wara. I think I play out the Wara. Not super sure. But I wouldn't want a Solitude to resolve here. I think I don't find over card advantage this game. How many balls left in my deck? 2. 1 in the graveyard. I think there's 2 balls left in the deck, which is pretty threatening now. I think the monkey hit is valuable now. Maybe I counter this. I have 1 card left. So what's the worst card they could have? Yeah, they can flashback next turn, text their entire turn, they die. They already have 1 in the graveyard. Because they go to bolt range if... They go to bolt range against my 2 bolts in the deck. It's the Shredder plus Ragavan, that's lethal. They 2 mana, they can't spend it on anything if they don't have anything on top of that in their hand if their last card is bad. So yeah, if they flashback, they go to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They have 1 mana, maybe 2 mana. So they can really comfortably flashback. Chad, did you know that it's actually more common to draw 2 iterations than it is to draw 0 iterations in the blue-red Murktide deck? If you're actively trying to look for them. That's a tough one. Counter this, please. Counter spell, counter spell, counter spell. Yes! That was so good. Can get something nice from their deck, like Wandering Emperor, make a token. Added Dead Skin Mask, damn based. Why would they ever not just steal Ragavan? If Ragavan is dashed, it returns back to my hand at the end of turn, which means that the dash, it is better to counter because it goes to graveyard instead, back to my hand. Good draw. Blue-white, easy matchup. Moo. Moo. Did you draw Soultooth? Bro, like, sure, you're gonna draw a card. I understand it. Cool. Consistent, yeah, sure. This, 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 this. Not this. Not this. Not this. I don't want Fluster. Take the fairy deck. How do you sideboard? Turn my dragon. Are well equipped to destroy my dragons. Got a hit. You have 2 bolt to hit. Sure. Fury is kinda poopy. Yeah, Fury is kinda bad actually. Moon. I think I want to keep Moon. Let's keep the with yellow bolt and 2 hits. After all, I killed my opponent with a bolt. DRC not too great. I don't know, is it? It's kind of not great, it's true. My opponent's Lastless had 2 chalices, that is true, but I didn't bring the explosives because I didn't feel like that. Get out my way, get out my hay. No, you recall wrongly. It's Kahira, not Giganta. Your thoughts about the power and best version of creativity? I would not splash for white. In creativity, I think it's better if you don't splash for white. But it's not as broken as blue red, the best deck ever is, so not a huge one. You have Typhoon. I'm playing the other one. It's poor against Verdict, maybe with the Verdict, but then I can iterate. But if they purge this Ragavan, the first one, we don't have Prismatic Ending. You can sack the Islet. Oh shit, look who's here. Should I play a Jace? No. Should I iterate for land? No, let's have 2 counter spells for sure. I'm a counter spell collector now. Yeah, it's better to keep up counter spell for sure. Oops. Stop. Think I already sacked the islet, yeah. That backfired. Listen to the Halloween. Why they gave so much power to a monkey? Very good question. Imagine calling yourself a control deck. And then this happens. Wow, resolves. Not a song, by the way. Not sure if I moon. Probably was mooning. DBH. I mean, I think the issue is if they don't counter the moon, but the problem is that Jace will not resolve when my moon resolves, right? I'll probably win if Jace resolves, yeah, unless Shark Typhoon happens. Wow, we've got a floater. Let's die to the referee now. At bottom they heat. I want to dash, monkey. Like and subscribe. Bros, I mooned myself. Seven seven. I think I meant to 7-7. Maybe I made it 8-8 by accident. I wanted to use subtlety because I can pitch it for free, and then if they want to jace, I want to subtlety this or keep subtlety and bolt this. Well, I don't know if it's right or wrong. It's pretty unclear to me. Bros, I have mooned myself. It's cringe. I shouldn't have sacked Islet earlier. And I shouldn't have played the moon. I told you. I was like, no, bros, I don't think I played the moon. And you were, no, you played the moon. You played the moon so good that they will counter it. Yeah, I mean, bros, but what if they don't counter? Then they don't counter. Stop. Bro, thank you. That's all I can say. Thank you. Ah, the unstoppable. Why don't you just untap with everything? What? You mean enter this and untap, play Jay's bounce? That was also a line that I could have taken, honestly. Alright, let's die to this shark token. Or not. Arguably, you could maybe counter the ending on the Mundo. That was probably kinda true. Don't have veto, bro. Don't have veto, bro. Don't have veto, bro. Don't have veto. My shark now. No shark now. Unmod bouncing? No. He did the right thing. I didn't cycle ice so that I can keep mana up. My opponent sent his Kahira, they top deck Solitude. So I guess, yeah, I should have cycled. You're right. Probably would be better to cast it. Somehow my opponent can't cast Solitude now. Tawara doesn't matter. I am also feeling the time pressure now. I think they got hit by Ragavan 4 times this match. People say GG's in the chat, but why? If they keep on top, then we excel it with the monkey, so. They don't redraw it. Slayer ważony. Ale co ważone? Piwo jakieś ważone. For free. Time to 5-3 this tournament. I like conniving away Pierce there. I think you're right. I clicked on the land too quickly, but the Pierce was almost as dead. Do I prefer blue-red or living end? Blue-red is a more powerful deck. Rather, it's a higher win rate deck. Living end is the more powerful thing deck, but weaker. I put Disciple in, well then we're going to listen to it twice. Or not, I guess I'll delete mine. Living end is a scam. Or maybe it's a skill issue. Do I prefer US as Twitch chat or living end? USA Twitch chat. What about Mono White Hammer? Mono White Hammer performs sometimes. But personally, for myself, I never could have made it work. I always lose with Hammer. Not a big fan of the deck. And also, I played an FNM with Hammer recently. And after playing 4 rounds with it, I have a thought struck my mind that if I had to choose to play Magic the Gathering, where I would have to play with Hammer for the rest of my days, I would prefer to stop playing rather than do that. It's somehow both not that good for me and not that enticing. Misha's Bobble, let's go. Wait, what? Not Misha's Bobble? Your Ragavan has broke opponent. Should I dash or should I play the monkey here? I don't have mana to spend my things on anyways. They can't play the Murktide unless I go Fetchland Bobble. Then 4/4 Murktide. Ale się kolki napije. It's a iteration time. My draws were very weak. Is it dash time? Dash is weak both versus counterspell and removal. This is weak versus counterspell, but less so. See, easy. Hand. Bottom. Exila. Bait Ragavan. What does it mean to bait Ragavan? It seems not. Does it? Is Spell Pierce a preferable draw? Because I can't put it into my graveyard by itself. I will need to draw something else on top of that. I think I should refuse it and play Ragavan. Put on Grixis Shredder. No, they just play blue-red. Just like I do, right? They don't. They only have a delta because it's a blue fetch. Just like I have a delta. I had a delta in hand too, so I was as Grixis as they were. I'm happier to draw on Holy Heat than I was to draw the Spell Pierce. Let's go, Mishra's Bubble. No, Eastland. My Spell Pierce is also weak against the Monkey Dashes too. Probably gonna sack the Islet. Chad, do you enjoy playing the blue-red Murktide mirror? Do you find it a good time? What matchups was the 3 losses? Mirror, Creativity, and something else. What else did we lose to? Two cards in hand. Do I dash? Oh, red black scam too. I think I dash. So many free hits already used. Doesn't want to counterspell the monkey much. Can hit iteration. Seven drag on. Keep Otawara for opposing drag on. Have charm, bro. Yes. Spend all the treasures. Pierce my opponent's spell. I'm going to check the price of the Amonkhet spell pierce because for this play I think I will want to buy it. IRL. I no longer want to buy it. What about this one? Not available? Is there a whip spell pierce? No. I have opened a foil of this in my collector, in a collector booster I opened. So I will be using the single foil this forever. Alongside probably a regular one from somewhere. Nice draws. This is interesting to counter the... I guess it makes sense, otherwise you're gonna die, so you need to counter the Ragavan. And hope I whiff on iteration, which I did.
He's a phenomenal control player.
And then your out is to draw a Murktide Regent and... Thank you, Strahl, for your sub. And everybody else, remember that Twitch Prime comes with many benefits. Most important of which is being able to subscribe to Canister_MTG for free, which is very based. Sure, draw. I'm also going to be introducing a system where, due to popular demand in the sub Discord, many of the recent questions are centered around sideboard guides for decks. So let's say that every month I will be holding a vote in the sub-only portion of the Discord, where I'm going to give you some propositions and you are going to choose which deck I will cover in a sideboard guide that given month, so that I will give you exactly what you want. Because like oftentimes, you know, I wrote the Living in the GLS sideboard guides, published them in the Discord, and some people asked about Song of Creation. I said, yeah, sure, I will do. Then I didn't. Then like they asked about Heroic, said the same. Then probably some other decks in between which I forgot. So
He's a phenomenal
I will
control player.
be introducing this system tomorrow or
He's
in
a
the next few
phenomenal
days when
control
I
player.
sit on my ass and actually think about that.
He's a phenomenal
Yeah, like let's
control
say
player.
one cyber guide per month would be my starting idea.
He's
Maybe
a phenomenal
we'll see how
control
it goes.
player.
Don't want to overpromise.
He's a phenomenal
Also, let's
control
sideboard.
player.
Let's board out the counter spells, the DCR, the old border Dragavan. Let's bring the cheap interactions and the expensive Jays that we'd never want to play. That is already too many cards. Let's have the subtlety on the draw too. And let's ponder having one counterspell. Did I get an influx of subs after publishing the recent cyborg guides? Yes, definitely, for sure. Well, the Hearse comes in. There's one Fluster, maybe. This hand is less than perfect, and it is less than ideal. The appeal standings can be found here, let's go. Piotr Gogowski, 22nd, 25, 58 points, no, 58 matches, 25 total points. First place, Andrei Stratsky, nearly twice my amount of points. The only people with less amount of points was Rafael Levy and Chris Kvartek. Rafael at least has a family and children he takes care of. So he can like put the blame on that. Chris fucked off and went to work on Commander, and what you see, he was just there as a passerby. Piotr Bogowski just didn't win games in Standard too often. Let's mulligan this. I do have two cats, true. Which card do I put back? I think Spell Pierce. Just a one land keep, but it is a 6-card hand I have a consider, so I'm not feeling too bad about it. And hopefully my opponent will not lead on Ragavan Nimble Pilferer. Awesome. Yeah, the Yorion deck in standard MPL, my, what was it, 210 or 111? I think it was 210. I think I won 2 matches. I didn't learn for a long time. Bros, do you think he's missing a second land? I mean, I'm missing a second land too. I can't really fuck around and dispute that. A braid. He does miss a second land. Alright, dashing here for the mana advantage. God hates us all. But see, there's no reason to actually counter this because I didn't need to. I remember when Cancer played Giant Food with Gas. That was at a GP level tournament, not at a PT. Wow. Kinda lucky. Boom. For some reason, Cadovan was legal after winning a big tournament and stopped playing it in the MPL. Your message makes little sense. The way the Slayer guy sings, it's so funny. It's like screams words. I hate everyone equally. It's very admirable. No. Does Blue Red play Force of Negation? Very rarely. For the most part, people don't. And they wouldn't play it in the mirror match for sure. Sounds like one of the worst mirror match cards. No, land free, come on. There was the company sack deck people used to play. Did I play it? I did not play that deck. Whoa, moral damage. When and why did Pepengu abandon Arena? I probably got tired of it. Like, it is not really something that you could sanely play every day. There was a historic deck with company. I don't think I ever played it in a historic tournament. So my opponent kept counterspell. I think the counterspell pretty consistently looks bad. So I'm happy to replace the Jace with Brazil Borrower. And because honestly it just looks better across, even against blue-red it would look better. Against blue-white it would look better. Being able to bounce the Sharks and just a flash threat. Well, so there was a sacrifice deck in historic. And I did win a tournament with a sacrifice deck, but that didn't mean that it was correct for me to play the sacrifice deck forever. Nor that I was super strong with it or anything like that. I think it was a fine choice for the tournament I have played in. And it worked out, but I also had a super buy for that tournament. I had a super buy into day 2, so I went 5-0, qualified into the top 8, and then won 3 or 4 more matches in the top 8. Don't remember. Yeah, so I went 5-3, And as I said, this week is going to be a Murktide Regent week. I am going to become a master of playing this deck. I have really felt the progression already just across the span of this very tournament. I have started as a weakling, unsure, no idea how to play, no idea how to approach the matches. And then I became a powerful gamer, destroying 2 mirror matches. Really, it was like a training arc in anime or in Rambo. After this challenge, I feel like I could be the one coaching. I don't need the coach no more. Four match wins in top 8, legendary. You might think I misspoke, but the top 8s in those arena tournaments frequently used some different systems than just elimination playoffs. There was double elimination in those top 8s, so that you might have needed to play 4 matches. I think I played 3 because I didn't drop to the lower bracket. But if you would lose a match in your quarterfinal, you drop to the lower bracket where you can battle up to the finals, which will end up with you playing 4 matches in the top 8 and winning the tournament. Also, before I forget, I will change my counterspell suite a little bit. And this deck to include the Japanese based one. I'm going to add some kind of a funny lightning bolt over this one. What I don't like is that the artwork of those two is very similar. So like the radiating waves, it actually seems, it kind of seems as if it connects together into one artwork, right? Funny. Do I have the 2xd lightning bolt? I don't. Sure, it is something I should get. D&D Parchment Bolt, pretty nice too. I think it does not exist on Magic Online. Also, I spent 80 tickets on entering this Pioneer Challenge with this mono white deck, which was a bad experience. I don't recommend that to anyone who enjoys themselves. But yeah, Magic Online devs unfortunately have been slacking with the showcase frames. They have been slacking with some super cards to include on online. For example, the Maddening Hex card is still not on Modo, and it is a potentially vintage playable card. Are my IRL decks customized like on MTGO? No, I don't actually go out of my way to play to buy. Well, it depends. Like the old cards, I don't go out of my way to buy new versions of old cards that are mismatched. So like they're not. But if I buy new cards, sometimes I buy random versions. But I also go the cheapest ones. So I don't own any of the super expensive counterspells like the Hieroglyph counterspell. Old border, white border crypt if you want. What? What crypt? What side do I buy my cards on MTGO? I buy them from Goatbots. Tormod script? I haven't played against any matchups where I would want the Tormod script this today. No living end. Goatbots, like a creature with horns that goes meh. And the weird things with explosives is that they are actually really ugly in all of the other versions, and I only like those, so I don't want to be playing different ones. Alright, thank you for watching, bros. Was very based. Decent results, medium results, I guess, 5-3. But I think I learned some stuff. Bob the Dog 6-2, maybe you will top 8. Can rate him again today. Stay hydrated and remember to subscribe to Canister_MTG.